Mr. Sergeant of Arms, invite the members into the chamber and close the doors. I hereby declare the House of Representatives of the 112th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee now in session. Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to dispense with the calling of the roll.
Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, at the time of recess, the House was on the regular calendar. The House is ready to consider House Joint Resolution 5, but Chairman Reagan and others, a resolution to address the federal government's penalizing taxation of citizens of this state through enforcement of restrictions relative to COVID-19 by support of the challenging, condemning, nullifying of such action. Mr. Speaker, the Senate Joint Resolution is on the desk.
Chairman Reagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute SJR 5 for HJR 5.
Chairman Reagan moves to substitute Senate Joint Resolution 5 for House Joint Resolution 5. Chairman Reagan, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur with Senate Joint Resolution 5.
Chairman Reagan moves to concur. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Amendment 1 by Chairman Reagan. Mr. Speaker, it was not timely filed.
Chairman Reagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for consideration of House Amendment 1.
You've heard the motion. We are voting for consideration of Amendment number 1. All those in favor of considering Amendment number 1, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye 69, 14 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having received the necessary 2/3 vote, the motion to consider Amendment number 1 prevails. Chairman Reagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By way of explanation, this amendment comes from the Attorney General. On second review of this document, he concluded that some of the whereas clauses that were in the original document would be a hindrance in the court case. So he asked me to remove them, and that's what this amendment does. With that explanation, Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of Amendment 1.
Chairman Reagan moves adoption of House Amendment number 1, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of Amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt the next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Reagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request the clerk to read the amended SJR.
Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, this is Senate Joint Resolution 5 by Chairman Reagan as amended. Whereas on September 9th, 2021, the President of the United States announced an executive order that mandates COVID-19 vaccinations for employees of federal contractors and subcontractors. And whereas President Biden also announced a forthcoming emergency temporary standard to be issued by the Occupational Safety and Health Administration regarding COVID-19 vaccinations or routine testing for employers with more than 100 employees, and whereas part of the President's COVID-19 action plan includes having the Centers of Medicare and Medicaid Services require COVID-19 vaccinations for workers in most healthcare settings that receive Medicare or Medicaid reimbursement, including hospitals, dialysis facilities, ambulatory surgical settings, and home health agencies. And whereas the new CMS requirements will be in addition to the vaccination requirement for nursing facilities previously announced by CMS and will apply to nursing home staff as well as staff in hospitals and other CMS regulated settings, including clinical staff, individuals providing services under arrangements, volunteers, and staff who are not involved in the direct patient, resident, or client care. And whereas federalism is described and analyzed in Bond v. United States 564 U.S. 211 of 2011, in which the United States Supreme Court declared that the federal system rests on the insight that, quote, freedom is enhanced by the creation of two governments, not one, end quote. And whereas the court further stated that this freedom is enhanced, quote, first by protecting the integrity of the two governments themselves, and second by protecting the people from whom all governmental powers are derived, end quote. And whereas federalism serves, quote, to grant and delimit the prerogatives and responsibilities of the states and the national government vis-a-vis one another, and preserves the integrity, dignity, and residential sovereignty of the states, end quote. And whereas this federal balance, quote, ensures that states function as political entities in their own right, end quote. And whereas, quote, by denying any one government complete jurisdiction over all concerns of public life, federalism protects the liberty of the individual from arbitrary power when government acts in excess of its lawful powers, that liberty is at stake, end quote. And whereas the limitations prescribed under federalism are not, quote, a matter of rights belonging only to the states, states are not the sole intended beneficiaries of federalism. An individual has a direct interest in objecting to laws that upset the constitutional balance between the national government and the states, end quote. And whereas the United States Supreme Court and National Federation of Independent Businesses versus Sebelius 567 U.S. 519 of 2012 further analyzed federalism and the 10th Amendment to the United States Constitution. And whereas the court acknowledged that a government's police power is the general power of governing possessed by the states, but not by the federal government, as the federal government only possesses enumerated powers listed in the United States Constitution. And whereas the Constitution's express conferral of some powers for the federal government makes clear that it does not grant others, and the federal government can exercise only the powers granted to it. And whereas the independent power of the states serves as a check on the power of the federal government by denying any one government complete jurisdiction over all the concerns of public life. Federalism protects the liberty of the individual from arbitrary power. And whereas the federal government may create incentives for states to act in accordance with federal policies, but when pressure turns into compulsion, it runs contrary to federalism. And the Constitution does not give federal government the authority to require the states to regulate, regardless of whether the federal government directly commands a state to regulate or indirectly coerces a state to adopt a federal regulatory system as its own. And whereas assertions of federal authority must be grounded in some constitutional grant of power, with the most common basis for federal intervention in private affairs being the Constitution's Commerce Clause, which empowers Congress, quote, to regulate commerce among the several states, end quote. And whereas in NFIB versus Sebelius, the Supreme Court held that the Commerce Clause cannot be used to compel individuals to engage in activity, even when such activity has an impact on the interstate commerce. And whereas while the compelled activity of NFIB was purchasing health insurance, the logic applies with equal force to a federal mandate to get an injection or submit to a weekly test, as foreshadowed by Chief Justice John Roberts, writing the majority when he rejected an interpretation of the Commerce Clause that would allow, for example, Congress to pass a law requiring individuals to buy vegetables to promote healthier eating habits. And whereas reliance on the federal government on OSHA to implement federal mandate represents an egregious overstepping of the authority that is granted to OSHA under the 1970 Occupational Safety and Health Act, as nothing in the law even hints at the sweeping powers the president has claimed. And whereas the Occupational Safety and Health Act's reference to substances or agents strongly suggests that OSHA's ETS power is meant to target workplace hazards like dangerous chemicals and not naturally occurring hazards like viruses. And whereas decisions regarding any vaccine mandate properly belong to the states, not the federal government, and the United States Supreme Court precedents on the validity of vaccine mandates under Jacobson versus Massachusetts, 197 U.S. 11, 1905, and Zuck v. King, 260 U.S. 174 of 1922, involve state, not federal laws, and are part of the broad police powers enjoyed by the states. And whereas the announced executive orders and COVID-19 action plan are attempts by the federal government to coerce the state of Tennessee and its citizens in violation of both the United States Constitution and the Tennessee Constitution. And whereas each member of the General Assembly has taken an oath to uphold the Constitution and the Constitution of the United States. And whereas if the federal government intends to overreach its authority to the point that it assumes the traditional constitutional role of a state legislative body, it is only fitting and proper that the very existence as well as the depth and breadth of this federal power be condemned and challenged, not just in court of law, but also through actions of the General Assembly to nullify such federal overreach. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the 112th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee, the House of Representatives concurring, that the state of Tennessee condemns any attempt by the federal government to penalize citizens of the state in an effort to enforce an unconstitutional mandate regarding COVID-19 vaccinations or other COVID-related restrictions and requirements. Be it further resolved that it is the right of the Tennessee General Assembly to enact such legislation as it deems necessary to nullify actions taken by the federal government regarding COVID-19, and that those actions violate the United States Constitution. Be it further resolved that the Tennessee General Assembly urges Attorney General and Reporter of the State of Tennessee to initiate or intervene in one or more civil actions on behalf of the State of Tennessee, or in the alternative, seek appropriate relief in a federal court or of competent jurisdiction, regarding COVID-19 mandates issued by the federal government and any actions taken by the federal government. including the President of the United States, the head of any department or agency, or any other employee of the executive branch of the federal government in violation of federal law or as prohibited by the 10th Amendment of the United States Constitution or any other statutory or constitutional provisions of the United States or the state of Tennessee with respect to the implementation or enforcement of the state of any provision of the federal government's mandate that requires citizens of this state to either receive a COVID-19 vaccination or submit to routine testing. Be it further resolved that a certified copy of this resolution be transmitted to the Attorney General and Reporter of Tennessee.
Chairman Reagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Colleagues, we are here today creating history. The nullification theory was first broached in 1832 when Tennessee's own Andrew Jackson was president. The state of South Carolina began it, and President Jackson threatened to invade with federal troops to settle the issue. However, the federal government ultimately backed down. The crisis was averted. That theory is still alive and well, although some court cases have addressed portions of it. They have not addressed this portion. Consequently, it is very, very important for us to make sure the legislative intent is patently clear to anybody who views these proceedings. Therefore, please allow me to read into the record certain phrases here. From the U.S. Constitution Preamble, we, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, do ordain and establish this Constitution for the United States of America. Before I go to the next one, let me call your attention in particular to the last two phrases. The blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity, and the fact that this is ordained and established as the Constitution. From that same document, the U.S. Constitution, 10th Amendment, the powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited to it by the states, are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. From the Tennessee Constitution, Article 1, Section 2, captioned Doctrine of Non-Resistance, that government being instituted for the common benefit, the doctrine of non-resistance against arbitrary power and oppression is absurd, slavish, and destructive of the good and happiness of mankind. From the Tennessee Constitution, Article 1, Section 3, excerpted, that no human authority can in any case whatsoever control or interfere with the rights of conscience. Please note the following excerpt from that bastion of conservatism, the Los Angeles County Department of Public Health, from 20 April of this year. The fetal cell lines being used to produce some of the potential COVID-19 vaccines are from two sources. HEK-293, a kidney cell line that was isolated from a fetus in 1973, undisclosed origin from either a spontaneous miscarriage or an elective abortion. PER.C6, a retinal cell line that was isolated from an aborted fetus in 1985. In various stages of vaccine development and manufacturing, some of the COVID vaccines use cells originally isolated from fetal tissue, often referred to as fetal cells, some of which were originally derived from aborted fetuses. The use of fetal cell lines is a very sensitive and important topic within some faith communities and among individuals with concerns about the ethics of using materials in this way. Those are important things for us to have read into our record. Now let me address you on some of the philosophy here. Thomas Paine famously enunciated in 1776, "These are the times that try men's souls." He went on also to observe that tyranny, like hell, is not easily conquered. Regrettably, I fear that our nation may once again be politically staggering toward tyranny in the form of unelected bureaucrats dictating rules with the force of law. Using the pandemic as a subversive cover, some bureaucrats are seeking to undermine our unique form of government of the people, by the people, and for the people. Such nanny state zealots would, if they could, destroy our heritage of ordered liberty under the rule of law before our very eyes. Moreover, these self-righteous ideologues fit C.S. Lewis' criteria for creating the most oppressive tyrannies of all. They sincerely believe their tyranny is exercised for the good of its victims. These self-proclaimed know-it-alls see themselves as noble champions of poor, ignorant souls threatened with extinction by their own ignorance and stupidity. The modern-day Pharisees of politically correct policy think that the average Americans are totally uninformed and completely irresponsible. In their view, the great unwashed are incapable of independently making sound judgments for their own good. Regrettably, they have successfully hoodwinked a number of our fellow citizens into blindly accepting bureaucratic incompetence spun by complicit media lapdogs as necessary restrictions. There are hand-wringers in our midst who may be genuinely compassionate individuals, but cannot seem to abide hard, cold facts and logic. These emotionally driven creatures do not appear capable of skeptically examining the media-censored half-truths. Indeed, these people refuse to look closely where politically correct experts are touted to the exclusion of disagreeing experts with equal or higher credentials. A vaccine that does not reliably give all of its recipients immunity and does not prevent the spread of disease is not something that should be forced on anyone. Nonetheless, the non-critically thinking automatons thoughtlessly accept whatever factually vacant, woke virtue signaling is fashionable among those who feel rather than think. Patrick Henry noted in 1775, "It is natural to man to indulge in the illusions of hope. Indeed, we modern humans, just as those in his day, are apt to shut our eyes against a painful truth and listen to the media because it is easy and comfortable." Nonetheless, the same questions that Patrick Henry asked in his day are still appropriate. Do we, having eyes, see not, and having ears, hear not, the things which so directly concern our freedom? As a reminder, our ancestors carved out of a wilderness the most prosperous and powerful nation on earth without having to be told to take COVID-19 shots or wear masks. Furthermore, they built transcontinental railroads, connected oceans with canals, split the atom, and put men on the moon without bureaucrats having to decide who was an essential worker or which parents had to mask their kids. The America I love and took the oath to defend recognizes all citizens have equal protection of laws. It is unjust for any citizen of the United States to be denied the benefits of gainful employment arbitrarily based on an emergency use authorized vaccine status. Unwavering devotion to the defense of liberty is no vice, and lack of fortitude in the pursuit of justice is no virtue. To ensure our posterity sees the blessings of liberty promised to them in our Constitution's preamble, we as Tennesseans must defend freedom against meddlesome, virtue-signaling Pharisees peddling questionable vaccine politics. Mr. Speaker, with that, I stand ready to answer questions, and I renew my motion.
Chairman Reagan renews his motion. Before we go to discussion, please let the record show that Representative McKenzie, Parkinson, Hakeem, and Miller are excused. Representative Hardaway, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Sexton. Excuse me, Speaker Sexton. And my appreciation to the sponsor for sharing the information, both of the HJR and his supporting historical quotes from some of the founding fathers. I keep a couple in my mind, and I keep some in my phone. The first one that comes to mind is Jefferson. Any nation in a civilized state that expects to be ignorant and free expects what never was and never will be. I say that not only to discuss the substance of the HJR, but the process. We have been successful in denying the people the opportunity to understand any of this legislation. It has moved too quickly. It has been hidden, not transparent, not available. Quite often, we go from committee to committee. It's passed from committee to committee, and it's still not available. So I'll kind of preface where I'm going with that. Now, there's some opinions that you have, sir, that seem to be directly contradicted by most of the medical community and most of the recognized medical organizations, whether it's the World Health Organization or the FDA or the Centers for Disease Control, the various organizations of the such as the American Pediatric Association, et cetera. I could go on and on. And I'm sure I'm not telling you anything that you don't know. It's just a matter of how we take that information and couch it. And obviously, we choose to couch it differently. I see it as being sound and being the type of information that we, as leaders in the legislature, need to take and shape policies that benefit the public interests. I think when we look at the federal government, that their charge is the same, that they're obligated to act in the best interests of the public. And I would submit to you that with the data that we've had, the tens of millions, hundreds of millions of individuals who have undergone vaccinations, and we have that data available to us now from a global sense, worldwide, not just Israel and not just the United States or not just the United Kingdom, worldwide. We have just a plethora of sample populations that we're now able to drill down and bring even more precise conclusions as to the effectiveness of the vaccinations. With that, I believe that the federal government not only has the authority, but has an obligation to make sure that they do what's in the best interest of the people. And sometimes that means having to do what the state voted, what we voted on to allow the state to do, to individuals who don't follow the great state of Tennessee's dictates. So I would submit to you that your HJR, though well-intentioned, misses the mark, and I'd be interested in hearing your response, sir.
Chairman Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my esteemed colleague, whose opinion I value highly, I will say the issue here is not directly some of the statistics you've brought up, although I will point out that I earned my living in the field of statistics for nearly 2 decades, and I personally have run calculations that disagree with some of your conclusions. I have personally discussed this issue with medical experts, including a Dr. Robert Malone, who is credited with the beginning developments of the mRNA technology on which the vaccines are based. Dr. Malone's recommendations are contrary to that which is being done. A number of other physicians in very prestigious locations have made the same observations. That said, I'm not going to debate the statistics with you. Instead, I'm going to point out this Senate joint resolution that we are concurring in is about limiting the power of the federal government to that which is specified within the Constitution. regardless of how you feel about the justification of what they're doing, they are overstepping their bounds, sir.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker Sexton, and thank you for the response, Mr. Sponsor. However, I would respectfully disagree. And I think that when it comes to, that's the wonder of it all. The Constitution is always open to interpretation by individuals, by organizations, by generations. And as we claim it to be a living document, so it is. But I would suggest to you that the Constitution obligates the federal government to do what's in the best interest of the people who reside in the states. Now, the ability for the government to provide for the welfare of the people lies in its ability to enforce federal policy. We have oversight and we have the checks and balances between the executive branch, the judicial branch, and Congress. And it has yielded the impact that you're objecting to. I say that the Constitution is alive and well, and that it's working. And I thank you for your time.
Chairman Reagan.
Thank you for your comments. I will cite once again the 10th Amendment. The powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited to it by the states, are reserved to the states respectively or to the people. Thank you.
Representative Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think two of the most important things that could be said today on this House floor is to correct one thing that was stated. The Pfizer vaccine now has full FDA approval. And just today, the Pfizer vaccine has been approved for children 5 to 11. So Tennesseans, your children can now get vaccinated, thank God, and save them. But earlier in some of the statements you were stating, it was kind of alarming. It was almost as if you were going to get your militia together today and go attack Fort Campbell or something. You know, you spoke of South Carolina, and I was waiting for Fort Sumner. So I'm just curious, you know, as Tennessee being the biggest welfare state in the country, receiving the most funds percentage-wise of our budget from the feds, you know, if you don't like the federal government so much trying to protect and save people's lives, then find a way to fund this state's budget without them.
All right. Representative Kershaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to make sure I understand the justification behind this. You mentioned your comments. Basically, is the impetus for this, your theory is that the nullification crisis of 1833, 3233, enables this HJR to move forward? I mean, I just want to make sure I understood the logic there.
Chairman Reagan.
I was giving an illustration of the beginning of the theory of nullification, not proposing logic that applies to this, merely setting the stage.
Representative Kershaw.
And you stated what was the outcome of the nullification crisis?
Chairman Reagan.
After the threat of President Jackson bringing federal troops into South Carolina, the federal government ultimately backed down, and the nullification crisis was resolved through compromise.
Representative Kershaw.
So the federal government decided to back down. South Carolina didn't withdraw their nullification.
Chairman Reagan.
That's my understanding, sir.
Representative Kershaw.
I think on March 15th of 1833, South Carolina rescinded their nullification order to avoid invasion by the federal government.
Chairman Reagan.
You are correct, sir, but I think they did that under the expectation and assurance that the federal government was not going to create something that had to be nullified in South Carolina. All right. I will confess to you that my history goes way back. In fact, I was in a history class far longer than you are old, I think. So I will concede any points that you have to direct history there. But the point I'm trying to make is the nullification theory that we're talking about here goes back to that time frame.
Representative Kershaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I just want to make sure we get it correct, because I heard you say this in committee and I heard you say it again today. I just want to make sure the record is clear. The federal government didn't back down. South Carolina quit.
Chairman Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will accept your comment, sir.
Representative Kershaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And unfortunately, South Carolina never really recovered from that wound. They couldn't get any other southern states to join them in nullification, and they ultimately rescinded their nullification ordinance on March 15th of 1833, but they continued in their behavior until eventually Fort Sumter was fired on, creating a tragedy for this country. I just want to remind everybody of that emulating such behavior is very, very serious, and I think we need to be careful about that until eventually James Pettigrew from South Carolina stated that South Carolina is now too small for a republic, but too large to be an insane asylum. I want to make sure that Tennessee doesn't become an insane asylum. Thank you, sir.
Chairman Reagan. Out of order.
Thank you for your comment, sir.
Any further discussion? Representative Wendell.
Mr. Speaker and members, as a current member of the United States Reserve, I'm declaring a conflict. I'll be passing on this bill. Thank you very much. I appreciate the sponsor, but as a member of the United States Armed Forces, I cannot vote on this bill, and I declare conflict. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker Sexton. And I'll simply share with the sponsor and my colleagues another passage courtesy of Thomas Jefferson that I keep in my phone, handy and available. I am not an advocate for frequent changes in laws and constitutions, but laws and constitutions must go hand in hand with the progress of the human mind. As that becomes more developed, more enlightened, as new discoveries are made, new truths discovered, and manners and opinions change. With the change of circumstances, institutions must advance also to keep pace with the times. We might as well require a man to wear still the coat which fitted him when a boy, as civilized society to remain ever under the regimen of their barbarous ancestors. And I'm pretty sure that the sponsor would recognize that passage. I offer it to you, sir, in opposition to your bill, to your resolution.
Chairman Reagan, you have anything?
Thank you for your comment, sir.
Any further discussion? Representative Kumar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Reagan. We respect your opinions. I just wanted to clarify two things. There is an impression that is being created that vaccines do not prevent COVID. Well, no, they don't prevent it 100%. They do prevent to the tune of about 80% against symptomatic or asymptomatic infection. And they prevent maybe up to 90% against hospitalization and 95 or 96% against death. So they do have a preventive role, no doubt. I just wanted to clarify, because it is a correct statement to say that I could get a vaccine and still get COVID. So it doesn't prevent me, but it does prevent statistically up to 80% of the people. One thing also, what I'm finding is that, yes, J&J vaccine does use fetal mast cells for testing purposes and so on. The others do not. But guess what? Monoclonal antibodies that are very popular, they are tested on fetal cells. So I think we need to keep things in perspective and balance. Again, I still continue to believe that science is a blessing from God and we should respect it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor.
Chairman Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And lest I be misconstrued here, I'm not advocating against vaccines. Rather, I'm advocating against forcing people to take vaccines against their will. That is the purpose here. As was read in the whereas clauses, there are federal agencies that are mandating vaccines to various people on penalty of losing their employment, their ability to feed their families. And those people who object to that, I have some emails here, and I'm sure you've received plenty too, who are literally being forced out of a job because they have religious objections, and their employer's accommodation for a religious objection has turned out to be, will put you on unpaid leave, which isn't really an accommodation at all. But the point is that they're faced with untenable consequences because they won't take that vaccine. And as you admitted, sir, it doesn't prevent the spread. Thank you.
Representative Kumar.
Thank you. I respect your opinions, and I think we're basically in agreement. But I just wanted to clarify that a blanket statement, you can say it, one could still get COVID, but it does protect to the tune of 80%. But as far as person's right and liberty is concerned, I consider that to be a gift from God also, and I'm with you on that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question has been called. Any objection? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Joint Resolution 5 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 64, 17 nays, 3 present, not voting.
Senate Joint Resolution 5 as amended, having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare it concurred in without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings the House back to item 7. Item 7, House Bill 71 by Representative Campbell and others, relative to a district attorney general preemptorily refusing to prosecute all instances of a criminal offense without regard to facts or circumstances. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Campbell, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 8.
Representative Campbell moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 8, properly second without objection. So ordered. Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment is traveling with the bill, Senate Judiciary Amendment Number 1. And the amendment, the amendment that writes the bill says that if a district attorney general peremptorily and categorically refuses to prosecute all instances of a criminal offense without regards to fact or circumstances, then the attorney general and reporter would be able to petition the Supreme Court for appointment of a district attorney general pro tem. And if the Supreme Court finds that the district attorney general has refused to attend and prosecute according to law, then the Supreme Court shall appoint some other attorney as district attorney general pro tem in the district attorney general's place for the sole purpose of prosecuting persons accused of committing that offense. With that explanation, I move passage.
Representative Campbell moves passage of Senate Bill 8 on third and final consideration. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, House Amendment 1 by Representative Lamar. Mr. Speaker, it was timely filed.
Representative Lamar, you are recognized. Hey, members, we're gonna take a 5-minute recess before we potentially withdraw this amendment. Mr. Sergeant of Arms, invite the members in the chamber and close doors. I hereby declare the House of Representatives of the 112th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee now in session. Speaker Pro Tem Marsh, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I move to dispense of the calling of the roll.
Without objection, so ordered. Leader Camper, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the 5-minute recess I requested, and I came back in 4. Looked like you needed more time than I did on the recess, but I appreciate it, Mr. Speaker. I move to withdraw this amendment.
Without objection, amendment withdrawn. Please let the record reflect Representative Lamar is excused. Representative Campbell, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Representative Campbell renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Halsey, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to clarify, there's some DAs that are worried about this. This deals with if you have a DA who it's not an issue where he says, I'm not going to prosecute a nickel bag of marijuana. This is a DA who says, I'm not going to prosecute any marijuana cases. Is that correct?
Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This would be if a district attorney general peremptorily and categorically refuses to prosecute all instances of a criminal offense without regard to facts or circumstances.
Leader Lamberth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if I may, directly to that point, I think it would go more to each section of the code. So if you were to have a district attorney, I mean, a DA in exercising their discretion, and I used to do this as an assistant district attorney, and Ray Whitley, who's the longest serving district attorney in the state, is one of the finest DAs I've ever met. And what he taught me to do as an assistant district attorney was to take each case on its own merits, look at the law and make a determination as to whether or not the facts meet that, meet the law. And do that individually, because these are people's lives that district attorneys are dealing with. So to categorically say you're not going to prosecute a whole section of the code is not appropriate. It's not the way I was trained as a DA, and it's not the way I think virtually anybody's trained as a DA. So all this bill is saying is just do it individually in each case, but instead of this amount or that amount, it would fall by amount potentially, but I think it would more go by the code section. So if a district attorney were to say, I'm not going to prosecute that entire section of the code, then they potentially run afoul of this. From a public policy standpoint, all this bill does is say, look, take each individual case as it comes and utilize your best discretion. And in some of those cases, district attorneys are going to extend mercy to someone who may not deserve it and may dismiss a case where somebody is completely guilty. But in their discretion, they can do that. They just can't do your job. You were elected to establish the law. Their job is to actually execute that law on a case-by-case basis. I hope that helps.
Representative Griffey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the sponsor. I appreciate this legislation, and I agree with the comments from my colleagues regarding it. This is my concern. A DA is a constitutionally elected officer in Tennessee. If a district attorney is not fulfilling his oath of office, there are already current means of removing that person or sanctioning him. This body could sanction him or something. A DA already has statutory authority as far as where he expends his resources of the office and what cases he will pursue and not pursue based upon those limited resources he may have. So what my concern is, while I disagree with district attorneys making blanket statements, they're not going to enforce this law or that law. And I think that's reprehensible because we're the ones that pass the laws, and any constitutional officer has taken an oath to faithfully execute those laws and prosecute them if necessary. But we may have a situation where the DA simply comes in and says, well, look, for these low-level marijuana cases, I don't have the financial resources or the assistant district attorney general's resources to devote to those types of crimes. So while I agree with the intent of the legislation, respectfully, I just don't feel I can sign on to it and agree to this legislation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the sponsor.
Thank you. Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker Sexton. And to the sponsor, I really didn't have a question for you until the previous speaker brought something to mind. Is your bill pretty reserved for a particular situation, or is this for any instance where the DA chooses not to prosecute?
Representative Campbell.
This would be for any district attorney's district within the state of Tennessee in any of our 95 counties. And it would only apply if these criteria are met, where the district attorney has refused to prosecute all instances of a criminal offense without regard to facts or circumstances.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, sir. So the principle of prosecutorial discretion doesn't exist if your bill passes, since there's always a second guess and an opportunity to pick it up by the AG.
Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would disagree with that. I think prosecutorial discretion would very much still exist. But if your oath of office as a district attorney is that you're going to prosecute the laws of this state and uphold the Constitution, and you're refusing to do that over an entire category, I would argue you're not doing your job. I want equal application of the law, and I think this legislation would help get us there. Thank you.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, sir. And without getting into a lot of the nuances, for me, I'm thinking that I'm agreeing with the previous speaker that we already have the means in place to respond to cases where we don't agree with prosecutorial discretion, where that will either be handled at the polls or there's a process for removing that individual from office. So I thank you for indulging me.
Representative Dixie.
Just a quick question. I understand the issues that you brought up, but are there specific instances where this has actually happened in Tennessee?
Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have been informed, including in committee by one of our colleagues from your side of the aisle, of an example in, I believe he said Winchester, Tennessee. That's just one of the multiple examples that I've heard about. I don't think this law would have to be used very much, but I think it creates an avenue to help us with our goal of seeing that the laws that this General Assembly and that past General Assemblies have passed, and future General Assemblies for that matter, that those laws are enforced. Thank you.
Representative Dixon.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, you don't feel like there's a problem, but there's a potential to be a problem, but right now there isn't a problem.
Representative Campbell.
I'm sure there are instances where, over the past few years, for example, I would say there are instances across the state in the various districts where this could have came into play had this been law.
Representative Dixie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, sponsor.
Representative Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Sponsor, Representative Campbell, don't we want our district attorneys prosecuting cases and prioritizing cases that present the biggest threat to public safety? Shouldn't that be their priority?
Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly think that should go into their consideration while taking into account their oath. Yes.
Representative Clemens.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think we all agree about that. I mean, public safety should be priority one. And this is, the person in charge of prosecuting those types of cases. I think they have a duty to ensure the safety and prosecute cases that present the biggest harm of threat to our neighborhoods and our children and our families. And so they do that. I don't know of any allegation that any district attorney is not doing that. And so with that interest, they have to prioritize cases, and they only have a finite budget. So we could stand up here in the legislature and criminalize a whole bunch of things, but unless we fund district attorneys with unlimited funds and public defenders with unlimited funds, they have to maintain that prosecutorial discretion with public safety as a priority first and make decisions in a fiscally responsible manner. So there are times where they may think in their discretion, while upholding their oath with the funds that they have, that a certain class of offenses are not in the top of their priority list. Don't you think that's a fair statement?
Representative Campbell?
That could potentially happen in some district, and I think that the conversation about their funding is something I would be happy as a member of the House Finance Committee to engage with you about and talk with the Attorney General's Conference. I know they're already having a desire for some additional assistant DAs across the state, and that's a conversation I'll be happy to speak with you about.
President Clemens.
Well, I think before we start attacking the prosecutorial discretion bestowed upon district attorneys general of the state of Tennessee, that funding mechanism has to work first, because unless and until we fund them and the public defenders as well, they are always going to have to prioritize. And I hope they prioritize things that present a threat of safety to my family and my neighborhood and all of your families and your neighborhoods. And so some things might fall to the bottom of that priority list. So I agree with you. That might happen. And I think we should protect that prosecutorial discretion until we step up and fund them accordingly to prosecute every single case we criminalize. Thank you.
Representative Burkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation, while I think it has some embedded merit, it has bothered me, one, that came up in this special session. I don't think all the stakeholders and the people that are affected by this legislation really had a chance to air it out through the committee system. And that bothers me. Tennessee has 200 plus years of publicly elected DAs that I think that have served our state well. And I think we owe it to them, and I think for them and all the stakeholders to have this legislation come back in regular session and get fully aired out before we pass it here today. So that's my point of view.
Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with all due respect to my colleague, this legislation has been vetted through judiciary, finance, and calendar and rules in the process leading up to today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the sponsor for bringing this bill. I think this bill is a very good idea, but I have a question. I think the best laws create a deterrent to wrongdoing, but often clever people will find a workaround. We have DAs that have announced that they will not prosecute a certain area of the law, and that's what this bill seeks to correct. But what if a DA, in reaction to this law, doesn't make that announcement, and they just don't prosecute that area of the law? Maybe noted, it may be noticed. Does this law still help the injured parties who, were hurt, and that offense isn't being prosecuted? Will this law still help them achieve justice?
Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If this were to not pass, for example, current law allows for the court to decide whether or not an interim district attorney general pro tem, I should say a district attorney general pro tem, is appointed for that category of offenses. This simply would allow the Supreme Court if they're petitioned by the Attorney General, this would allow the Supreme Court of Tennessee to make that appointment. That's the goal. How that would play out in justice, I guess, could be a whole nother conversation. Thank you.
Representative Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a technical question. Where does the appointed DA under this statute have to come from, and what are his qualifications or her qualifications that the bill requires?
Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This legislation designates that the Supreme Court shall appoint some other attorney as District Attorney General pro tem in the District Attorney General's place for the sole purpose of prosecuting persons accused of committing that offense, and talks about the benefits that would be received by that pro tem. It does not specify anything above and beyond that within this specific language.
Representative Stewart.
So listening to your answer, does that mean that the person who comes in to be the DA could come from outside of the jurisdiction of the existing DA, could come from a different county or even a different state?
Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, I do not know the other code sections related to the position of a district attorney. And I will say that this is very specific in that this says that the Supreme Court shall appoint some other attorney. And that's the wording within this language.
Representative Stewart.
I just want to make that clear because I was looking at it. It looked like that wasn't restricted. So it seems like the Supreme Court could pick, any attorney, for example, if we're talking about DA in one town or county or judicial district, could come from a different place, perhaps even out of state. And I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Representative Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sponsor, I just want to say that this appears to be a second set of eyes on the judicial system, so I'm honored to support this bill. I think it will serve an important role in maintaining law and order and balance the scales of justice, so thank you.
Representative Powell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to also bring up another point that my colleague did, which is essentially, I don't see in this piece of legislation where someone's appointed, they have to be within the same county that DA would be replaced. And so, again, I think you have a situation where you have an unelected, and I get they're appointed by the Supreme Court, but the Attorney General making this decision, and then a person is appointed and they don't necessarily even have to be a member of that county in which they are serving. Obviously, I have some much greater concerns about this piece of legislation, but that specific issue is concerning. Additionally, I think that you could have a situation where we might have a rogue Attorney General who wanted to go above and beyond and target somebody for something that they particularly are concerned about. And I think that's an overreach. But I think it comes down to the fact that what my other colleague stated is that we need to put the public interest and prosecute those cases that are most serious and most egregious to the public safety of not just the county that you're in, but all of the state. And so this, I think, is carved out in a way that the Attorney General could pick and choose to go after one specific thing, when in fact there might be much greater problems that exist in our community. But if you could speak to that specific point about and I know you answered my colleague, but your understanding is that the person that is chosen does not have to come from the county in which the DA is replaced. So,
Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am not aware personally of any language. There is no language in this legislation that requires a pro tem to be a resident of any specific county. And I will remind the body that if this passes, this only allows the Attorney General to petition the Supreme Court. This is not the Attorney General making a decision. And you and some of your other colleagues, our other colleagues, have mentioned concerns about prioritizing, about only prosecuting certain crimes. If we happen to have multiple sections of law that aren't necessary, we need to be having that conversation rather than allowing the laws to stand as they are today. I keep hearing that. You know, they've got to have prosecutorial discretion and they may have limited resources. And I don't disagree with that. But let's do a deep dive on some of those sections if that's our area of concern during a regular session once we conclude this.
Representative Powell.
and I would just respond to that, that's why I think it's best to take a significant piece of legislation like this, and deal with it during a regular general session instead of an extraordinary special session. So that would be my response to that, that we should, as my colleagues across the aisle stated, take a deeper dive and have more people look at this and consider the implications for a piece of legislation like this, and not just handle it in an extraordinary session in 48 hours. Thank you.
Representative Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call for previous question.
Previous question's been called. Any objection? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 8 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member cast their vote, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 64, 17 nays, 4 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 8, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Yes. Members, we have a message calendar that may go back and forth, so we're going to try to start the process. Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to take up the House message calendar at this time.
Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, item 1, House Bill 72 by Representative Sapicki and others relative to election laws. Mr. Speaker, on October 29, 2021, the Senate substituted House Bill 72 for Senate Bill 9, adopted amendments 2 and 3, and passed House Bill 72 as amended.
Chairman Sapicki, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, there's 2 short changes in this bill. Let me go over them with you real quick. Because of the late nature of the possible approval of this bill, there are certain counties that have already petitioned their local election commissions to hold primaries. If we go ahead and approve this bill like we just did, then they're going to have the ability to go back and add school boards to their petition to those election commissions. So what this does, and I'll read, and on Amendment 2, let me read it to you. If they've already petitioned to hold a primary in May for an election in August, they would get a 30-day window from the time that this bill becomes law to repetition and add school board members. That's all it does. In Amendment 3, it also says if they have the normal cycle where the primary is in August and the general is in November, it gives them a 30-day window to repetition their election commission to add school board members. Mr. Speaker, that's the explanation, and I move to concur in the Senate amendments.
Chairman Speaker moves to concur in Senate Amendment number 2 and 3, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Amendment number 2 and 3, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 57, 23 nays, 4 present on voting.
Senate Amendment number 2 and 3, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it concurred in without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 76 by Chairman Vaughn and others relative to public health. Mr. Speaker, on October 29, 2021, the Senate substituted House Bill 76 for Senate Bill 13, adopted Amendment 1, and passed House Bill 76 as amended.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Due to the late hour, I wish I could stand here in front of you and say that I concur, but nay, I shall not concur. Not now, not 4 hours from now. Excuse me.
That might be a little long.
Maybe a little strongly. Mr. Speaker, I move to non-concur with Senate Amendment number 1.
Without objection, we non-concur. Consent calendar. Representative Hawk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I couldn't help but notice that the temperature had risen in here, and I want to thank Chairman Vaughn for that very much.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to take up House Consent Calendar 2.
Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Clerk. Chairman Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Consent Calendar 2 on third and final consideration in keeping with Rule 50.
Gentleman moves passage of the consent calendar number 2, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, any objections have been filed?
Mr. Speaker, no objections filed.
Anyone seeking recognition on consent calendar 2? Representative Wright, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I need to ask a question. Is Senate Joint Resolution 9019 on this calendar?
It is.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to request that I can speak on item 20, Senate Joint Resolution 9019.
Go ahead, sir.
I also request that those members of the House who have been prior service in the military, please stand with me. In concurrence, that the House of Representatives honor the memory of Staff Sergeant Ryan Christian Knaus of the United States Army, killed in action, Kabul, Afghanistan, reflecting upon his impeccable character and stalwart commitment to living an examined life with courage and conviction. We extend our profound condolences to his family for the loss of this valiant American hero. I ask that all stand and join in a moment of silence. Amen. Mr. Speaker?
Yes, sir.
After consultation with both leaders, I request members of the Knox County delegation be listed first as sponsors, followed by the veteran members of the House, and then other members voting in the affirmative.
Without objection, exclusion duly noted. So ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Anyone seeking recognition on the consent calendar? Seeing none, we are voting on consent calendar number 2. All members in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Vote aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 87, no nays.
Having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare consent calendar number 2 passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. She's here. Lear Gant, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I move we take up calendar 2.
Without objection, so ordered. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, this is House Regular Calendar 2, House Bill 70 by Chair Lady Hazelwood and others relative to appropriations. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 7.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 7 without objection. So ordered. Chair Lady Hazelwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 7 on third and final consideration.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves passage of Senate Bill 7 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill simply appropriates funds, some sufficient to cover the cost of any legislation until the next, cover the cost between now and the end of the budget year for any legislation that is passed during the session and for the cost of the session itself. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chair Lady Hazelwood renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill number 7, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 73, 13 nays.
Senate Bill 7, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Lear Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we stand in a brief recess until 6 p.m.
Without objection, recess till 6. Mr. Sergeant of Arms, invite the members into. Mr. Sergeant of Arms, invite the members in the chamber and close doors. I hereby declare the House of Representatives of the 112th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee now in session. Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to dispense with the calling of the roll.
Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Clerk, going back to regular calendar, call up the next bill.
Item 2, House Bill 77 by Chairman Zachary, relative to addressing the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 14.
Chairman Zachary moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 14, probably second without objection, so ordered. Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 14 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Zachary moves passage of Senate Bill 14 on third and final consideration, probably second. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House COVID-19 Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we could roll that to the Hill.
Without objection, roll to the Hill. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 2 by Representative Garrett. Mr. Speaker, it was not timely filed.
Representative Garrett, you're recognized. At somebody, Chisholm's, yes. There's plenty of microphones left in the House. You can choose any one you want. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I roll amendment number 2 to the Hill.
Without objection, roll to the Hill. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 3 by Representative Holsey. Mr. Speaker, it's untimely filed.
Representative Holsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to withdraw.
Without objection, move to withdraw. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 4 by Representative Holsey. Mr. Speaker, it was not timely filed.
Representative Holsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment just adds supportive language that reiterates jurisdiction over health issues. And I realize it's late. There was a glitch in the computer system and some tangled up understanding in the legal side. And so I'm asking to move for consideration Amendment 4.
You've heard the motion. Representative Holsey.
I'm sorry, I was mistaken. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to withdraw.
Without objection, withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 5 by Representative Grills. Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Grills, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to withdraw.
Without objection, withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 6 by Representative Hardaway. Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Hardaway, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. And what's the draft number on that?
It's amendment number 6.
Speaker, I want to withdraw amendment number 6.
Without objection, amendment number 6 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 7 by Representative Hardaway. Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Hardaway, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. This amendment is very simple. It takes Shelby County out of the bill. And my Shelby Countyans have expressed their willingness to stay out of the bill, period. With that, Mr. Speaker, I would ask for favorable consideration.
You've heard the motion. We're voting on consideration of amendment number 7. All those in favor of considering amendment number 7, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change the vote? Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 1369
In
nays.
accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary 2/3 vote, the motion to consider amendment number 7 fails. Next amendment, Ms. Clerk.
Amendment number 8 by Representative Griffey, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Griffey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to withdraw.
Without objection, move to withdraw. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment number 9 by Representative Hardaway, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Hardaway, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. This amendment is one that gives some relief to educators and staff. It offers 10 COVID care days, whereby if your spouse, child, parent, grandchild, grandparent, or other dependents has COVID, that you would be eligible to take time off without it eating into your regular sick leave. You would also be able to take time off up to 10 days. If you have COVID, you would also be able to take time off with 10 days. If you are exposed to COVID and have to go into quarantine, and you would also have access if you have a reaction to the vaccination. If you have a reaction to the vaccination, you would qualify for this, and these dollars would come out of the federal dollars that we're already receiving. With that,
You've heard the motion. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 9. All those in favor of considering amendment number 9, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their? Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 12, 68 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary 2/3 vote, the motion to consider amendment number 9 fails. Next amendment, Ms. Clerk.
House Amendment 10 by Representative Hardaway, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Hardaway.
thank you, Speaker. This amendment is similar to the last. It brings relief to our educators and the staff. It allows them to get from under the financial burdens of being off work and having to make a choice of whether to go to work and keep their finances intact, or whether to stay at home and observe COVID protocols and take the risk of putting their family finances at risk. This is a real thing. We cannot get a grip on COVID-19 until we have serious considerations in place, financial, for those individuals to not go to work and spread the virus. With that, Mr. Speaker, I ask for affirmative vote to hear this hear this amendment.
You've heard the motion. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 10. All those in favor of considering amendment number 10, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 11, 68 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary 2/3 vote, the motion to consider amendment number 10 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 11 by Representative Hardaway, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Hardaway, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. This amendment combines all of the best of those last two amendments. So I know you were finding low toleration for those amendments individually, but I'm sure with this amendment combining all of those highlights that you will vote in the affirmative. With that, Mr. Speaker, I ask that we vote yes to consider this amendment, which gives some degree of relief to our educators and staff and helps to mitigate the spread of the COVID virus.
You've heard the motion. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 11. All those in favor of considering amendment 11, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 12, 67 nays, one present, not voted.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary two-thirds vote, the motion to consider amendment number 11 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 12 by Chairman Zachary. Mr. Speaker, it was not timely filed.
Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 12 by Chairman Zachary. Mr. Speaker, it was not timely filed.
Chairman Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for consideration of Amendment 12.
You've heard the motion. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 12. All those in favor of considering amendment number 12, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 61, 17 nay, two present, not voted.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having received the necessary two-thirds vote, the motion to consider amendment number 12 prevails. Chairman Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to adopt Amendment 12.
Chairman Zachary moves adoption of amendment number 12. That's the proper motion, properly seconded. Any discussion? Representative Clemens, you're hang on. Chairman Zachary, describe the amendment first, and then we can. Yes, you're presenting the amendment. Yes, sir.
Members.
Going to present it.
I'm sorry. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, in presenting this in committee yesterday, the comments that I made in committee regarding this bill were pulled down by YouTube off our caucus page. And because of that, many of you have asked me to present this bill with those comments first, so I will do that before I get into the presentation of the bill. Mr. Speaker, members, COVID has impacted each of us. Our own sickness, that of our family members, hospital stays, and unfortunately, many that we know that have lost their life due to COVID. Over the last 19 months, we have taken extraordinary steps as government to protect Tennesseans from Memphis to Mountain City, as well as those who are truly at high risk from COVID. However, in taking these steps, government has moved well outside the bounds of the Constitution, which is still the governing document of this land. Government's responsibility is to maintain a framework of ordered liberty. Over the last 19 months, government has overstepped its bounds and its guardrails set forth by our founders in the Constitution. Even in the face of a health crisis, freedom, individual liberty, and the unalienable rights granted to us by God must be defended, preserved, and protected. Ronald Reagan said, freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. We didn't pass it on to our children in the bloodstream. It must be fought for, protected, and handed on to them to do the same. Now we find ourselves in a position where the Biden administration has taken a full step toward authoritarianism by weaponizing the free market against the people of this country by issuing an executive order requiring all federal contractors to issue a vaccine mandate by coercing private companies to mandate this vaccine. No executive order has been issued by OSHA. No rule has yet come to the company's mandate. No EO has been issued and OSHA has not issued a rule yet, but yet companies are still vaccinating Tennesseans, taking away their ability to work and provide for their family. And in many cases, not taking into account religious exemptions, medical exemptions, and in no case, natural immunity for many who have already had COVID. Since last Thursday, when I put something out on social media, I've received over 1,000 emails from Tennesseans across the state who have already lost their job or may be losing their job because they do not want to inject something in their body against their will. Just this week, members, Pfizer has announced that they have approved a vaccine for 5 to 11-year-olds. According to the CDC, the infection fatality rate for those 0 to 17 is 0.002. That's according to the CDC. The survival rate for children 17 and under is 99.998%. There's no data or science supporting vaccinating children with an mRNA vaccine. The Biden administration has already told governors on a call a few weeks ago that they planned on mandating it to school children. On Sunday night, Dr. Harvey Risch, who is a Yale epidemiologist, and you can look at my Twitter feed, his interview was on there. On Sunday night, Dr. Harvey Risch, a Yale epidemiologist, and someone who has been cited over 40,000 times, making him one of the most cited epidemiologists in the country, said, I quote, "If it were my child, I would homeschool them. There is no choice. Your child's life is on the line." So the question that we have to answer or ask ourselves, members, is where does this stop? The federal government has gone well beyond the bounds allowed in the Constitution. This is not about science or listening to the experts, as we've been told for the last 19 months. Mass forced vaccines, vaccinating our children to attend school when they are almost at zero risk of COVID. These actions of the federal government, they strip us of our bodily autonomy, stripping us of our individual liberty. So in Tennessee today, with this legislation, we're saying no more. The Constitution is still the rule of law. The state constitution, even beyond the federal constitution, references protection of the right of conscience and liberty, that each of us took an oath to defend that liberty and the freedom. This only stops when we make it stop. As stated in the Declaration, the government derives its power from the consent of the governed. And based on the makeup of the numbers in this body and the body across the hall, I think it's clear that Tennesseans no longer approve of the trajectory our state is on. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I've got an amendment before you, which we're considering, which is drafting code 010408. I'll quickly move through this amendment, be glad to answer any questions. In its summary, Mr. Speaker and members, we are banning vaccine passports. We are banning the forced vaccination of our children in schools. We're banning masks on children in schools. We're addressing the mature minor doctrine, making it clear that permission must be granted in writing by the parent for their child to be vaccinated with the COVID-19 vaccine. We have included the right to prescribe, which ensures a doctor is able to prescribe to his patient without interference of licensing boards. We're ensuring the distribution of monoclonal antibodies. As many of you know, the federal government inserted the state in that process a few weeks ago, which has created a process which was working has become more cumbersome. We're simply saying that through this process, that doctors are not required to ration, no matter what guidance they receive from state government. Their decision about monoclonal antibodies is between them, the doctor, and the patient. We have anti-commandeering language included in this, which bans state government resources or local government resources from being used to enforce any federal law or executive order, rule, or regulation related to COVID-19. We ensure in this piece of legislation that the governor cannot suspend anything related to this title, which is the COVID title, which is Title 14. Neither can any local public elected officials. We provide unemployment protection for those who will lose their jobs and have lost their jobs because they will not receive the vaccine. We also provide a cause of action for those whose employers, even after this bill, choose to require a vaccine and then have an adverse reaction. And then finally, Mr. Speaker, in Section 13, we include a severability clause because there's no doubt this will be scrutinized and we need to make sure we protect the integrity of this bill. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Jackery renews his motion. Any discussion on the amendment? Representative Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Sponsor, obviously take issue with several portions of this and several statements that were made in support of it, but are you familiar with the Masterpiece Cake Shop versus Colorado Civil Rights Commission case from the Supreme Court?
Chairman Zachary.
Is that in this legislation?
Representative Clement.
Yeah, it's directly related to legislation. It pertains to a private business's right to deny a customer services based on a religious belief or a claim under freedom of speech. And the court found that a private business does have that right. So do you not have any concerns that this bill directly conflicts with that Supreme Court opinion?
Chairman Zachary.
No.
Representative Clemens.
And why is that?
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You asked if I had concerns, and I don't have concerns.
Representative Clemens.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I was just asking you to elaborate why.
Chairman Zachary.
That case not listed in this piece of legislation, and there are many Supreme Court cases that have been litigated that have set precedent, and we could stand up here all day and talk about them all. And so I don't have no concern about that case applying to this.
Representative Clemens.
Okay, well, let me just give you hypothetically, if a business owner turned down an unvaccinated or a maskless customer because he or she doesn't want to convey a message of support for someone who doesn't live by the golden rule, which is at odds with his or her religious faith, would you be okay with that?
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, can you restate the question, please?
Representative Clemens.
So arguing in line with that Supreme Court precedent, in this case, based on the language of this bill, if a business owner were to turn down services or admission to an unvaccinated or a maskless customer because that business owner doesn't want to convey a message of support for someone who doesn't live by the golden rule that's in direct violation of his or her religious faith, do you think they should be able to do that?
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's hypotheticals, and I can't answer those hypotheticals.
Representative Clemens.
Yeah, well, it's directly pertaining to your thing. You're trying to prevent private businesses, private schools from making decisions that they deem are in the best interest or in line with their own religious beliefs or their freedom of speech. You rattled off a whole litany of bastardized notions of liberty and quotes by Ronald Reagan and all these different things to defend this bill. So I'm just asking you, we've got a Supreme Court precedent here that's directly on point, some would argue, I would argue, and I'm asking you how you get that to agree with that precedent.
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, if you want to ask me specific questions related to the language of this, we can discuss that, or you can continue to ask me hypotheticals, which I can't respond to.
Representative Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Okay, I'll ask you a direct question. Page 10, you discuss the reasonable accommodation for children who might fall under the Americans with Disabilities Act, who provide a written request for a reasonable accommodation to the principal or a president of a school. What's an example of a reasonable accommodation?
Chairman Zachary.
It's broad, and that would be at the discretion of the principal.
Representative Clemens.
Well, if you're going to put reasonable accommodation in here, you could have a disabled child who's incredibly vulnerable based on health reasons for other maskless children. What is a reasonable accommodation that could be made for those children?
Chairman Zachary.
Stated earlier, it provide for a reasonable accommodation is broad, and it references the ADA. That would be at the discretion of the principal.
Representative Clemens.
Would a reasonable accommodation putting all the disabled students into one classroom separate and apart from all the other students?
Chairman Zachary.
The discretion for the reasonable accommodation would be up to the principal.
Representative Clemens.
Reasonable accommodation is a legal term under the Americans with Disabilities Act. It's in your legislation. I'm asking you a specific question, what a reasonable accommodation would be in this context.
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you. A reasonable accommodation is broad, and that would be at the discretion of the principal.
Representative Clemens.
Mr. Speaker, if we can't answer questions about our own legislation, this is problematic. He asked me to ask me a direct question about the language. A reasonable accommodation is in the language of the bill. A school shall, to the extent practical, provide a reasonable accommodation pursuant to the ADA. We have children who are incredibly medically vulnerable or immunocompromised or immunosuppressed, in our public schools or our private schools. And if that school can't address that, but you have allowed for them to make a reasonable accommodation, I'm simply asking you, what is an example of a reasonable accommodation? And I've even given you offered you an example. Do you want to put all those disabled students into a classroom, separate and apart from the others?
Chairman Zachary.
You're simply asking me a question, and I'm simply responding that is at the discretion of the principal.
Representative Clemens.
Yes, I know, but those principles are held to the legal principle that you have set forth in this piece of legislation. They must make a reasonable accommodation under the ADA. It's in your bill. They don't have the discretion to make up what constitutes a reasonable accommodation. There's only a list of things they can do. I'm just asking you for an example of what that may be.
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The principal would make a reasonable accommodation according to the ADA.
Representative Clemens.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. What we have here is you're going to have a reasonable accommodation. I'm just going to tell you what's going to happen, folks. And this is what's going to happen in this bill. They're going to take all the disabled children and they're going to segregate them and put them in a classroom or a part of the school. And guess what? Separate but equal has already been ruled upon by the Supreme Court as well. And these children have a right to be educated in the same population and be socialized and benefit from peer interaction and recreation, the same as all other students. It's called equality. And this is setting our schools up, your schools, up for litigation. It's setting us up, the state up for litigation. And it's embarrassing that we can't even answer these basic questions about such legislation that are going to cost our state dollars. Businesses, schools, people that want to move here are going to see this, and they're going to rethink stepping foot in this state. I mean, you've heard from businesses, you've heard from Ford, I know you have, everybody. And you're wanting to put a limit on this? What happens to our small entertainment venues when artists decide they don't want to play anywhere if they're not going to be protected, their health and well-being? The entire tourism economy dries up. Nashville's the economic engine of this state. What's going to happen to all these tax dollars you guys want to spend? This is embarrassing, Mr. Speaker. That's it. You can't answer a single question.
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it's important to remember that the reasonable accommodation must be triggered by the parent for that particular student.
Representative Beck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the sponsor yield?
Chairman Zachary.
Yes, sir.
The previous representative that had some questions brought up an interesting fact. And, in my district, I have a lot of music venues. And a lot of these music venues have artists that require a COVID-free zone to perform. Matter of fact, Garth Brooks is coming up soon, and he is that way. So in your amendment here, are you prohibiting these music venues from, at the request of the artist, having a COVID-free venue?
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Beck. So we are prohibiting any entity from requiring or compelling proof of vaccination, to answer the first question. And in this amendment, as is drafted, it does prohibit masks as well.
Representative Beck.
So if a venue has already entered into a contract with an artist to provide a concert, I think this is going to be law when the governor signs it. And if they've entered into a contract, we're going to violate that contract for them by saying they can't provide what the artist requires, and we're going to lose that concert or that venue for that concert. Am I understanding that correctly?
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Beck, I don't want to speak to a specific contract. But this legislation does, if, as you said, this body passes it, they pass it across the hall, and the governor does sign it, it does become law, and it does prohibit the requirement of a proof of vaccination for COVID-19, and it does prohibit mask as this amendment is drafted.
Representative Beck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for that answer, sponsor. My second question is, and I asked it unfortunately earlier to your colleague, our colleague from Memphis, in the limits of liability in your amendment, you're providing immunity. How is this immunity different than the immunity that we came and passed last year in special session?
Chairman Zachary.
Representative, what page are you referencing? Just flash me a number.
Representative Beck.
Item 15.
Chairman Zachary.
And Representative, what page is that on?
Representative Beck.
I'm going off. I have no idea what page it is. It's item 15 on this.
Chairman Zachary.
Mr. Speaker, Representative, if I understand your question correctly, this legislation creates a new section for COVID Title 14. We have taken all the immunity protection that we provided and we voted on, I think it was last year, that is included in this legislation. Did I answer your question?
Representative Beck.
13, I'm sorry, I'm being corrected. Is there anything new in this immunity that was not included with what we passed last year is my question, please, sir.
Chairman Zachary.
And just please clarify, Representative, immunity for whom?
Representative Beck.
Immunity for anyone arising from, as I'm quoting from here, arising from COVID-19 liability claim against a person for loss, damages, injury, death, unless the claimant proves by clear and convincing evidence, which is the same verbiage we used last year.
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying. So the cause of action portion, that's what you're referencing. So yes, there is a new cause of action in this particular section related to Chapter 2 for any company that even after we pass this and it becomes law, if they force a if they mandate a vaccine and you choose to get it anyway and you have an adverse reaction, then you do have a cause of action, just like you would. It's my understanding from our legal guys, you have that cause of action now with any other vaccine. So we're simply being consistent with COVID-19.
Representative Beck.
Mr. Sponsor, I think this is providing immunity for further immunity for COVID-19, not the claim for action. In what I'm reading now, would you like for me to show you what I'm
Chairman
reading?
Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Are you on 14.6.103? 14.6.103 A, B, A and B, and then there's a section 2. Is that where you are?
How about somebody get Representative? You have your iPad, Representative Beck. Can somebody show him an iPad and let him see the amendment? There we go.
Bipartisanship.
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Beck, this is what was in the language we passed last year, 14.5.101. It was in the language from last year.
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We simply moved it over from where it was in code to move it over to Title 14 because that's now the new COVID section.
Representative Beck.
That's what I need to know. Thank you very much.
Representative Freeman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I just want to make sure that I'm understanding this. I've gotten several calls, emails, texts from constituents that are have a specific concern. One of them deals with a nonprofit cancer rehab facility, and they don't get federal money, and they're concerned that they cannot require people who come into their facility to wear a mask. If this passes, is that an accurate statement? Can they no longer require people to wear a mask into their facility?
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, give me 1 second. Let me get over to that page on this 19-page amendment here. 1 second. I'm on. I'm sorry. And I'm sorry, Mr. Representative Freeman, did you say they do or do not receive federal funding? Can you repeat that, please?
Representative Freeman.
They do not.
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill does provide for certain exemptions regarding masks, but your specific mention is not related to COVID-19. So this is only related to COVID-19. So if they are banning masks because of COVID-19, then it would be no.
Representative Freeman.
Okay. So the second example was I have a good friend who's getting ready to have a wedding at their home, 200 people. Will they be allowed to require masks at their own home for the people that they invite?
Chairman Zachary.
Yes, this does not address a person's private residence. It's only businesses.
Representative Freeman. Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Freeman, back to you. That in terms of the private residence, it was a clerical error that should have been included, and I was going off the previous amendment. So it is being put back in because it's a clerical error, but private residences are free to mask or do whatever they want to do. Yes.
There's an amendment on the coming up that puts that part back in. Thank you. Representative Jernigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman, I just need to clarify a statement that you made about reasonable accommodation. Did you say that it has to be triggered by the parent?
Chairman Zachary.
I'm sorry, Representative Jernigan. Repeat that last part. Say again.
Representative Jernigan.
Did you say that reasonable accommodation had to be triggered by the parent?
Chairman Zachary.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Representative Jernigan.
Is that language in the bill?
Chairman Zachary.
Yes, sir, it is. Hold on, let me get to it. Give me 1 second, Representative.
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, sir. If you look on, Representative, you look on page 10, it is section, if you look on page 10, it's item number 1 on page 10. And the actual, the verbiage is person, so it leaves it broad. So it could be your guardian, parent. It doesn't say parent specifically. I said parent. Yes, and it does. It says a person's parent or legal guardian must request that on the minor's behalf. The person is referring to if it is not a minor.
Representative Jernigan.
So to be clear, a principal could not in real time make a reasonable accommodation for the child.
Chairman Zachary.
I can't speak to what a principal, this doesn't limit a principal. If a principal wants to make accommodation, the principal, that it doesn't limit the principal, but in terms of COVID, in terms of this particular section, the reasonable accommodation would have to be triggered in writing, correct?
Representative Jernigan.
Okay, thank you. That does clarify. I understand. I tend to agree that reasonable accommodations can be broad as far as in real time what can and can't be done. What I do have concerned is with the knowledge of an administrator or a principal of what they can and can't do based on a reasonable accommodation. I know it because I did my master thesis on the ADA from Title I to Title V. And in there, and Title II is integrated setting. An integrated setting has to be provided to students. And what I don't want is someone with a disability in real time for a principal to segregate away from other students. So what only really is just a concern that individuals that are making decisions in real time on reasonable accommodation may not know what they're doing. But again, that can be settled in court and that kind of stuff. But that is the only concern I have. It's a little bit too broad, but I understand where you're going with it. Thank you, Chairman and Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Zachary. Representative Griffin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question on Amendment 12.
Oh, he moved previous question? Sorry, did not hear that. Previous question's been called on the amendment. On the amendment, it's not the bill. Previous question's been called. Is there objection? I see objection. We're voting on previous question. Previous question. All those in favor, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has everyone voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 68, 14 nays.
Previous question prevails. Chairman Zachary, you get to close on this amendment before we move forward. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, as I was asked to clarify, when we get ready to move forward with this bill, if the body chooses to do so, a vote for this piece of legislation will move this bill to conference. Our friends across the aisle passed a different piece of legislation from what we have. We will then go to conference to discuss and work out our differences. But just know when you are voting for this legislation, you are voting to simply send this to conference. And so I just wanted to make that clear. When we get to that point and we take a final vote on this bill, that final vote will be to send it to conference. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Here we go. All right, we're voting on amendment number 12. All those in favor, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has everybody voted? Does anybody wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 61, 19 nays, 2 present not voting.
Amendment number 12 passes. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 13, by Representative Todd, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Chairman Todd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this amendment does, it puts in a correction, basically. It removes private businesses from the restrictions regarding face coverings so that those restrictions would still apply only to governmental entities. I think this is a good idea. I've heard from a lot of small businesses in my neighborhood today. I've talked to some of them. I myself have a small business, and I've most of my guys work outside, but obviously every day we have to get in the truck together. And so during the height of transmission of COVID and some other things that were floating around, I requested that they wear face coverings when they're in the truck together. And I didn't monitor it, but I think a business has the ability and should have the ability to have their employees be safe, whether that's wearing a hard hat, gloves, or even a face covering. And so that's why I brought this, and appreciate your consideration.
You've heard the motion. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 13. All those in favor of voting for amendment 13 for consideration, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye 68, 11 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having received necessary 2/3 vote, the motion to consider amendment number 13 prevails. Representative Todd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate your consideration of this, and tried to get it timely filed, but I don't know how that is today. I'd be glad to take any questions on this, but I know there's certainly mixed feelings. A lot of folks have expressed sentiment that they want businesses not to be able to require masks, but I think it's similar to saying I'd rather businesses not be able to require a hard hat. My guys work outside in the wide blue open most of the time. And so a hard hat's kind of ridiculous, but that's just one of those contract requirements that we have to do sometimes on private property and meet OSHA requirements. So we do that. So I'd be glad to take any questions, but that's kind of it in a nutshell to some degree.
Renew your motion.
I renew my motion, sir.
He renews his motion, proper secondly. Any discussion? Representative Powell?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So just a question for the sponsor. The way the amendment's drafted, this would only apply to private businesses, would not include LEAs and schools. Is not part of that. I mean, my concern here is that right now we just found out that FDA has granted approval for vaccines for children ages 5 to 11, but unfortunately a lot of those children under this, the way the sponsor drafted this, are going to have to continue to, might not be able to continue to wear masks to protect themselves if their school district so chooses. And I just want to know, I agree with this as far as private businesses having this, but my concern is why not also include schools, protect those children who can't even be vaccinated? Why are we placing private businesses ahead of the lives of children?
Representative Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, this does not address vaccines. This has nothing to do with that. This is only face coverings, and it leaves all governmental entities in the restrictions on face coverings, but takes private business out.
Representative Powell.
I guess a follow-up question, and the only reason I bring up vaccines is because you've got children that are 5 to 11 and haven't the benefit of many of us who have in this room that have hopefully had a vaccine and can protect others. And so they're most at risk to exposure. What about private schools? Is that covered under this, if you might consider a private school to be a private business?
Representative Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This would apply only to governmental entities, and it doesn't prohibit an individual from wearing a face covering anytime they want to, anywhere they want to. That's their personal choice, and it should still be their personal choice. It only applies to government entities requiring face coverings. Does not apply to private businesses, which would include private schools.
Representative Powell.
Thank you for that explanation, and I support your amendment. Clearly, don't support the piece of legislation, but I support the amendment. I think it's a step in the right direction. I'm glad that a lot of businesses have spoken out, I know small and large, to say that this is an important thing that needs to be included if this legislation, I hope it doesn't pass, but if it does pass, because I want to make sure that we can continue to have a friendly business climate in the state of Tennessee. I wish this went further and continue to protect children in the state of Tennessee that wanted to wear a mask, and the locals deemed they should be wearing masks. But thank you for that.
Representative Griffey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the sponsor. Can I get some clarification from the sponsor? Amendment 12, if we don't adopt Amendment 13, employers and businesses cannot require masks. Would that be the status of the legislation?
Representative Todd.
That's the way I read it. Yes, sir.
And Griffey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with the amendment, it would allow businesses and employers to impose mask mandates for members of the public going into their businesses, Walmart or whatever. Is that the status of the Amendment 13?
Representative Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, that would be correct.
Representative Griffey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I deeply appreciate my good friend, Madison County, but I would urge this body not to adopt this amendment for this reason. I think we've all seen, if you just watch Saturday afternoon football, how many of you see many masks in the stands, in the stadium? You know, almost none, almost zero. I ran a Facebook poll. I got 5,000 responses. 95% of the respondents are opposed to vaccine mandates and opposed to mask mandates, both public and private employers. So I think the citizens, and you'll have to make this decision based on what your constituents want. But I submit the overwhelming number of Tennesseans are opposed to vaccine mandates and mask mandates. It's certainly a personal decision, and anyone wants to wear a mask or get a vaccine, do it. And particularly those with over 65 or comorbidity, they need to seriously talk with their doctor, and I bet their doctor's going to recommend that they get it. But this should be a personal decision. This shouldn't be something that employers get to impose upon their employees if they don't want to do it. Because look, COVID has a 99% chance that you're not going to get it and die, okay? If you're under 65, it's even greater than that. So I would just submit, based on that, we not adopt this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the sponsor, and thank you, Representative Todd. Thank you.
Representative Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I can't disagree with what my colleague from my home county of Henry has said. I do believe it's a personal choice, without a doubt. But in crafting this legislation, we're trying to make this better. We're trying to get something accomplished here for this week. And I think this is a big part of that, in making sure that our businesses still can operate and they still have the ability to require personal protective equipment for their employees, and if they so choose, for the folks entering their private business. Folks restrict things on their private businesses anyway, whether it's clothing or certain kind of covering. So it's not much different than that, I don't think. And at least this is not something internal. To me, that's the big difference here, is that a vaccine is something you're taking internally and you can't get it out. Once it's there, it's there. A mask you can take off as you leave that property. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Ogles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the sponsor. So I guess what I'm hearing, and this is specifically to our privatized, I would say, incarceration facilities where we house, say, prisoners that are in close proximity to each other. This would allow them to have their guards and staff, much as they put on gloves to search and do certain procedures, that would allow them to put masks on their staff in close quarters in those facilities.
Representative Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If they are a private business, that would be correct.
Representative Ogle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, sponsor.
Very good. Any further discussion? Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. And this question is spurred by my colleague that just spoke. How would this impact the ability to manage, to the sponsor of the amendment, Rep. Todd, how would this amendment impact the ability for the sheriffs to manage their jails? Would they be allowed to mandate masks for employees and/or prisoners,
Representative Todd.
inmates?
I believe the answer to the question is, since they are a governmental entity, that they would not be able to require masks for their employees. That would be up to the employees. If they have a personal concern, obviously they have the free will to wear a mask or multiple masks as far as that goes, if they so desire.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you. Without the ability to mandate those masks and possibly expose the prisoners/inmates to disease, is that opening up the possibility of numerous lawsuits, federal and state?
Representative Todd.
I would not want to speculate on the legal ramifications of a hyperbole there, or a hypothetical situation, I'm sorry. But I think that, again, the individual choice for the inmates and the workers in those situations still remains. They can wear masks if they so choose, if they feel vulnerable, or want to protect others in some way. But I doubt, with the latest mask data that is coming out from multiple legitimate studies, one of over 350,000 people that showed just regular cloth masks that most people wear, and similar to what you're wearing today, has no benefit whatsoever, statistically, no benefit whatsoever in transmitting or protecting from transmitting the disease. So I doubt that that could be proven in court, but that's, again, speculation.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. And just a reminder, I was the first one on Capitol Hill to wear a mask. I was the first one on Capitol Hill to wear double masks. So I'll respectfully disagree with your data. When we talk about cloth masks, depending upon the material, depending upon how many plies, depending upon the fit, there's a lot of considerations that go into the effectiveness rating for cloth masks. It's been suggested by most of the medical organizations that you double mask in order to get the filtration offered by a surgical mask or a KN95 mask, something that would bring that level of protection up. And the cloth masks generally also help with the fit. So I'll respectfully disagree with your assessment on the effectiveness of cloth masks. And I don't want those who are watching this proceeding to think that there is data that overwhelms the data that's coming out of the professional organizations. I think your amendment is a start in the right direction, but I'm afraid that it leaves our state institutions open to federal lawsuits and possible state actions. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Trying to read my chicken scratch. Representative Hall, you're next. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Call for the question.
Previous question's been called. Any objection? Objection? 1, 2, 3. There's objection on the call of previous question. We're voting on previous question. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 6550, nay, one present, not voting.
Previous question prevails. We're voting on amendment number 13. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. All those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 54, 26 nays.
Amendment number 13 prevails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings the House back to the heel of the amendments. House COVID-19 Committee Amendment number 1.
Representative Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, move to withdraw. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 2 by Representative Garrett. Mr. Speaker, it was not timely filed.
Representative Garrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to withdraw.
Oh,
Amendment 14.
okay, sorry. Without objection, move to withdraw. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, after those amendments were rolled to the heel, Amendment 14 was filed by Representative Garrett. Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Garrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for consideration of Amendment 14.
We're voting for consideration of Amendment 14. Would you like to describe the amendment real quick, just so that everybody's clear on what this is?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe this amendment's a friendly amendment. What it does is it adds back into the legislation that for a private residence, you can require, if you are on some sort of home health care, or you have a loved one that's receiving some nursing at home, you can require that nursing individual, that person coming into your home, to wear a mask. So that's what this amendment does. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. It's non-debatable. We're just deciding. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 14. All those in favor of considering amendment number 14, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has everybody voted? Does anybody wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 72, 10 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having received the necessary two-thirds vote, the motion to consider amendment number 14 prevails. Representative Garrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption of amendment number 14.
Representative Garrett moves adoption of amendment number 14. That's a proper motion, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Representative Hardaway, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. To the sponsor of the amendment, under present law, a homeowner couldn't control what the conditions are to allow someone into their home.
Representative Garrett.
My light. Thank you for the question. That doesn't address in this legislation. All this legislation does is make sure it's clear under the current legislation that there's not a possibility that it would prevent a private person or private residents from requiring someone to wear a mask. So we're just making that distinction due to the new legislation that we're currently working on.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. If I'm hearing you correctly, the legislation itself is of the nature that it could confuse the citizens on whether they can maintain control of their home environment.
Representative Garrett.
Thank you for the question. And I cannot speak to what citizens may believe is confused under the legislation. There's no way for me to answer that.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm confused because I thought that was the purpose of the amendment, was to clarify that homeowners control what happens on their private property within their dwelling. But I appreciate the fact that we're clearing that up, and I'm just sad that we have legislation that needs to be cleared up. So thank you for the amendment to the sponsor.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, any objections to the question? Seeing none. We are voting on adoption of amendment number 14. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. All those opposed vote no. Yes. Yes. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 73, 10 nays.
Amendment number 14 is adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this vote that we're about to take will send this piece of legislation to the conference. We'll go to conference with the Senate, work out the details of the bill. I will come back, talk about the new legislation we'll have in front of us based on the conference report. But this vote is simply to send this piece of legislation to conference to work with the Senate. With that, I renew my motion.
Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just got one quick question. I've been trying to get in, and I know a whole lot of amendments have been put in. Now, let me just quickly say, at our church, we don't require vaccines, but we do require social distance and wearing masks. How will that affect the church, your legislation, period? I don't know what amendment it would be, but how would that affect the church?
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Representative. Based on Chairman Todd's amendment, it would have no impact on your church.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. I've got a simple question, and I've asked you this before, sir. How does Ford feel about your legislation?
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hardaway, thank you. And you have asked me that question before, so I will give you the same answer. I don't represent Ford. I represent the people of West Knox County, and the state. And how Ford feels is up to Ford, but I can't speak for Ford.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you. I believe, to interpret your answer, and you can correct me if I'm wrong in my interpretation, Ford has not reached out to you to express their concerns or lack of concerns for the legislation?
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative. I'm sure I have constituents that work for Ford, and those constituents that have reached out that work for Ford offering their opinion, if that's what you're referencing. But in terms of Ford corporate, I have not spoken to Ford corporate, nor would I.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, sir. That's what my inquiry was about. And the NFIB, have you had an opportunity to converse with the NFIB to see where our business partners are on this?
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a small business owner, I am an NFIB member, so I'll say just for me as an NFIB member, I do support the legislation.
That's a personal endorsement. Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. And to the sponsor, I'm happy to hear that a bill you sponsor is supported by you. However, I have a letter that's to the members of the 112th Tennessee General Assembly from the NFIB. I will not read it in its entirety, but I think there's some language that needs to be in the record. Dear members of the 112th Tennessee General Assembly, thank you for all you have done to make Tennessee the great state it is in which to own, operate, and grow a business. As you know, over the last 18 months have been exceedingly challenging for many independent businesses, with the severe, persistent labor shortage, along with rising inflation and supply chain disruptions. 51% of small business owners report job openings that cannot be filled, 48-year record high for the third consecutive month. Their livelihoods are at stake, and uncertainty is at an all-time high. As you enter the third extraordinary session of 2021, we ask you to consider what small businesses are facing before enacting any new laws. NFIB has always strongly opposed any legislation ordinance, or policy that creates a new cause of action against private employers. Our review shows several bills would do just that. And to the sponsor, they do cite your bill. There's some expand rather, the scope of the Tennessee Human Rights Act, which NFIB has opposed over a long period of time and in recent years. The last thing businesses need right now is the added cost and distraction of unnecessary legal actions. Of note, cost and availability of liability insurance was identified by NFIB members through our 2020 Research Center Problems and Priority Report as one of the top 10 biggest concerns. Our most vulnerable businesses in Tennessee are struggling to keep their doors open and our communities thriving. This legislature should be looking at legislation to help them recover, not to hinder their very survival. On behalf of MFIB's 6,500 members in Tennessee, I respectfully ask you to oppose all legislation that would create new causes of action against Tennessee employers. So I guess out of that 6,500, well, that'd be 6,499 without you, sir, that NFIB's membership opposes the bill. And I would ask and suggest that we give them due consideration. Small business is the engine that drives our economies. But thank you for indulging me. Thank you, Speaker.
Representative Powers, you're next. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question's been called. Any objection? I see there's objection. All those in favor of previous question, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, as any member wish to change their vote. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 69, 14 nays.
Previous question prevails. We are voting on the bill as amended.
You want to close?
Chairman Zachary, before we vote, you can close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this vote will send the bill to conference after we have a little back and forth and the non-concurrence that we all get so excited about. So I wanted to clarify that. But again, a vote for this legislation now will ultimately send it to conference to work out the differences that we have with the Senate. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
All those in favor of Senate Bill 14 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 62, 20 nays, one present, not voting.
Senate 14, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that completes the regular calendar.
Members, what we're waiting on, we have two bills. I'm gonna go talk to the Lieutenant Governor, but there's two bills. Chairman Vaughn's bill, we non-concurred, sent it over. We expect that to come back as non-concurred. And we expect the other bill to come back non-concur, so we'll bounce them back a couple times. And then we'll have more word for you here shortly. It shouldn't take too long. Thank you. Before we start, we're just making copies of the amendments so we can put them in the journal. That's what's holding us up, so. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, we have a message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I'm directed to transmit to the House House Bill 76. The Senate refused to recede from its action in adopting Senate Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I feel like my resolve is being questioned. But I've moved to refuse to recede from our action in non-concurring in Senate Amendment Number 1. The last time I was on a conference committee, it was really fun. So I asked that a conference committee be appointed to confer with a like committee from the Senate in an effort to resolve the differences between our two bodies.
Chairman Vaughn moves to refuse to recede from our actions in non-concurring Amendment Number 1, and that a conference committee be appointed to confer with the like committee from the Senate to resolve the differences between the two bodies. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Without objection, motion carries. I appoint the following members to join the fun of Representative Vaughn. Representative Hazelwood, congratulations. Representative Grills, congratulations. Representative Wendell, congratulations. Call the first message, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, we have a message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I'm directed to transmit to the House Senate Bill 14. The Senate non-concurred in House Amendments 12, 13, and 14.
Chairman Zachary, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While I don't share Chairman Vaughn's enthusiasm, I too move that we refuse to recede from our actions in adopting Amendment Number 12, 13, and 14.
Without objection, we refuse to recede. We have to wait. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, we have a message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I'm directed to transmit to the House Senate Bill number 14. The Senate refused to recede from its action and non-concurring, and House Amendments 12, 13, and 14. The Speaker appointed a conference committee composed of Senators Johnson, Bell, Watson, Bailey, White, Ackberry, and Yarborough to confer with a like committee from the House and open conference to resolve the difference between the bodies on Senate Bill 14.
Chairman Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to accede to the request of the Senate and ask that a conference committee be appointed to confer with a like committee from the Senate to resolve the differences between the two bodies.
Representative Zachary moves to accede to the request of the Senate, asks that a conference committee be appointed to confer with a like committee from the Senate to resolve the differences between the two bodies. Properly seconded. Discussion. Without objection. Motion carries. I appoint the following members: Representative Zachary, Terry, Smith, Rudd, Lamberth, Todd, Beck, and Shaw. Okay, what time? Who's in House Hearing 1? Members, the conference committee locations are this. For Senate Bill 14, which is the Vaughn Conference Committee, Zachary's Conference Committee is in House Hearing Room 1. The COVID bill is in House Hearing 1, if you'd like to go down. The Conference Committee for House Bill 76 is in House Hearing Room 4, in 4. Members, in order to be able to stream the meetings in the House hearing rooms, we will have to take a recess here so that we can't do multiple streamings at the same time. So, or at least this with House Hearing Room 1, technically. So with that, we will take a recess. Leader Lamberth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we stand in a brief recess until 9:30 p.m. tonight.
Without objection, so ordered.